All right. Welcome to the final day of the very serious Juniper Dev Game Jam. There we go. Okay, to recap yesterday, we managed to implement basic enemy types, and we added a couple of, shoot, I already forgot what they're called. We have notes here, though. Let's see. We added a transformation animation. We added a camera angle for it. We made time slow down when you're transforming. We changed our hitbox logic so that way we can hit multiple enemies at once. And then after the stream, I changed the dodge mechanic. So instead of it being a add timeline, move character forward, I made it to where there's a node in Unreal called Launch Player. And that lets you more naturally control which direction you are dodging. It's pretty neat. I also made a particle system for the Pegasus form gun barrel. And then I also replicated that particle effect for when you hit an enemy. So I'll go ahead and attempt to demonstrate that real quick. Go to blueprints, go to player BP. I think it's up here. Yeah, there it is. You're also going to see some other stuff that's new. I'll explain after I show the particle system, I swear. Yeah, ignore all that. Don't worry about it. I'll explain it in a minute. Ta-da. Bang. 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 It's pretty neat. I forgot to take off the print string for some of this stuff. Yeah, like we can get rid of this. We don't need that. There's another print string somewhere. There it is. Anyway, some of the other stuff you just saw is tied to the new battery and charge and health system. So let me pull up the heads-up display and I'll catch you all up. Well, if no one's watching at the moment, I guess the VOD enjoyers will catch this. But there are 3 HUD elements here. On the left, you got your health. It's just a progress bar, you know. The lower the percentage, the lower the red bar goes. We have our tension charge. When it reaches 100%, you can transform. If it's less than 100%, it won't let you transform. It's very simple. It charges at 1 point per second. And then right here we have our batteries for each of the suit forms. Whatever form is not active will start charging the battery. But if you're using the form, the battery will drain over time. So, you know, pretty neat stuff. Nothing crazy though. I implemented that stuff about over the course of the last hour and a half. You can see some of the systems here. So when you finish transforming for the first time, it'll trigger 2 events. One is charge belt, and the other one is drain battery. Drain battery, pretty self-explanatory. I have this array that keeps track of all the battery levels for all the forms. Let me set this back to 100. I'm going to forget to do that if I'm not careful. And basically what it does is it asks the belt, you know, what's the active form right now? And then it'll start draining the battery 1 piece at a time. And then once it reaches 0, it forces you back into your base form, unceremoniously. Meanwhile, the other one, charge belt, basically once a second, it'll start charging your transformation charge until it reaches 100%. Once it reaches 100%, it locks it at 100%. There's a better way to do this. I'm just doing it this way because I'm lazy. Anyway, it also has a secondary function, which is to charge your batteries. I forgot to make sure that these stay at 100 too, so let me do that real quick. Another branch here. is the result not equal to, greater than or equal to 100. If true, we will set the array element to be 100. Again, there's better ways to do this. I'm just kind of rushing through this right now because I want to get this. I get there's so much to do. There is so much to do and so little time. So we'll just leave that as is. That way we don't have a suit with 110 battery. Battery increases at 5 a second, so your suit powers will come to you faster than the ability to transform. Unless, and this is where a new feature comes in. Well, I mean, all of this is new features, I guess. But during your light attacks, when you land a hit, well, I guess I should make sure okay. I did screw up a little bit here. Originally, it was on combo hit, but that means you can swing in the air and get free charge. I want it to be when you hit something. So we'll just sneak that over here. So now, basically, when your animation does combo hit, it'll do the multi-trace, which lets you hit multiple enemies at once, apply damage to all those enemies, but then also give you a charge. Light attacks will give you +1, so it's not a whole lot, but it is a little bit of a motivation to be active in combat. Gets you the ability to swap forms faster. One more place to put that, down here. Oh, and if I get like jittery at some point during the stream, don't worry. I have 2 cans of energy drinks and some Gatorade here, so I might get a little bit charged. So let's grab all this. I got kind of, I don't want to say, work is never boring. Let me be clear. Work is never boring. There's always something going on. But when I was at like meetings or on my lunch breaks or whatever, I literally had a notebook open on my desk and I was drawing what I needed to do for the rest of this game jam. The HUD that I showed off a little bit ago, I drew that on a piece of paper. Maybe I should show that at some point. I drew what the levels are going to look like, very, very vaguely, but what they kind of look like, how the player is going to progress through them. And then I also drew I also wrote notes on like what particle effects I want to use for all the different forms, what kind of impacts I want to have, etc., etc. It's all very cool, very complicated stuff, but it's nothing crazy. And I'm also realizing right now, because I think how I set this up last night, I was going crazy last night trying to fix some of the bugs that we were running into. I think I have the particle system spawn regardless when he's hit. I want to make sure I don't have that be true. There it is. Da, 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 da. Oh, did I not incorporate that? Maybe I didn't. Play in a montage. Da, 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 da. I guess I didn't implement that. Cool, that makes my job a little bit easier. Because what I want to do... Can I do hit actor get forward vector? Hey. You know what? Let's not do this right this second. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. There's other things we need to do. I'm trying to implement the final boss right now. I think I mentioned it in yesterday's stream, but before that started, I did mocap all the animations. I just didn't import them into Unreal or get his blueprint up and running. So I got his animations in. I got his animation blueprint started. So if I switch this right now, there you go. I took a bit of inspiration from Kamen Rider Amazons, which was an Amazon Japan original television series that got delisted, unfortunately. But the Alpha Amazon was what I based him off of, and not perfect, but considering how limited my experience is with mocapping, I'm kind of happy with it. I also forgot to make sure his animations loop. There we go. See, now he's doing his thing. Okay, so there was a couple things I need to do in here. For one, because of how I programmed the enemies, oops. I needed to add this charge notify. So I guess technically charge, let's do charge and then hit. Do another, oops, another charge here. Charge, hit, and then a little bit of a charge right here. And hit. So something that's a little bit different, you'll notice that all three attacks are in this one montage. The reason the player animations had to be separated into 3 different montages was because I wanted the player to be able to interrupt themselves during their combo, or have the enemies interrupt the player. This boss is not going to be stunnable per se, and also the boss isn't literally trying to juggle his combos, he's just attacking the player very blindly, so having it all go in once shouldn't be a big deal. Anyway, I gotta make sure his animations are all lined up. Boss light attack combo. That's the damage stuff. I did change his defeat animation. I'll show you that real quick actually, because I kind of like the defeat animation. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Again, nothing crazy with these animations, just kind of slightly different. I think I'll do the hit react for Mighty Form. What does that look like actually? I didn't record a hit react, so... Or actually, I just said he won't be stunned per se, so maybe just do that. There we go. Okay, got his attacks. I got his defeat animation. All right. Play anim montage. So I recorded an intro animation for him. I kind of want to make sure that works. So we'll set that up real quick. Boss. Intro montage. Oh yeah, I also gave the boss heavy attack animations, and I realized I didn't set that up. So probably need to do that. Combo hit, charge, combo reset, punish, anim, notify, heavy. Oh, these are all casting to the wrong thing, so we need to set that up too. Cast to boss BP. I knew I was missing something. Set pending action. False. Cool, cool. So we can now copy all this. We can drop this. And then instead of pending action, we want to do, charge? No, we want to do lunge. Combo hit, so we need to set that up. Combo hit. Then we can drop this and do cast to boss BP. Glad we caught this one, or this early in the, well, early, ha ha ha. But at least this far away from the deadline, because if we caught that any later, that could have been really bad. So attack is literally just do this. So I think what we'll do, just to make it slightly more interesting, is we will flip-flop on this one. Does that mean the enemy only has 2 attacks? Yeah. But does that mean it's more variety than the base enemy? Yeah. And that's the bar right now. So we'll need to set pending action to true. We're gonna need a lot more room than this. Play anime montage. Oh, I'm in the wrong BP altogether. Let's close that, so we don't do that again. Okay, attack, down here. We can actually just raise this up, slide these up. Nope. Get me a flip-flop. Then set pending action to true. And then change this to boss heavy montage. Now in the animation blueprint, we can just do that. And then we need to set up the actual heavy attack. So we'll just drag this down. Luckily we can copy most of the same logic here. And then just make a new custom event. We'll call it heavy hit. Plug that up like that. And then the boss is heavy. I want it to be more of a ranged attack. So we're going to set this to, I don't know, 600. We'll probably find out if that's good or not during testing. Boss is going to do 20 damage, which is kind of all right. And then we'll change this. So this determines the enemy's behavior, right? We don't want attack the player because that is an event dedicated to the basic front enemy types. So we're just going to go to our game mode here and set up custom event, boss attack. And then we're going to do get actor of class, boss, and then attack. That's pretty much all we're going to do. And we'll use trigger volumes to basically activate the boss, so to speak. Okay, so let's set that up. Luckily, we do have a trigger volume that we can utilize to get started. We'll just duplicate that and call it boss trigger volume. Now, there's a couple things we need to do with this to get the mode, not the mode, to get the result I'm looking for. There we go. But first, we'll start with that. I want to set up a boss intro, which is going to be interesting to set up, but we can test some ideas here. So let's drag this trigger volume here. And what we'll do is grab the boss. And first of all, just make sure this works. Well, he was attacking, but I don't think I took any damage. Right. Boss attack. Boss attack. And then just to make sure this is working, let's well, he's just straight up not reaching me. Are you good? Hmm. Oh, well, Heavy hit. Go ahead. Okay, so that's all set up correctly. Combat mode. Attack. When he attacks, he plays the animation. Apply damage. Wait 3 seconds. Say boss attack. Just to make sure this is working, we'll do a print string. And then we'll also just buff his attack. We'll get 300 range. Alright, let's see what that gives us. Okay, so that light attack combo works. Okay, so that delay is too short. So we'll just extend that to 5 seconds. There we go. Let's randomize this duration. Random float in range. So minimum will be 5 seconds. This is when we want him to be aggressive. And we'll make the maximum 10 seconds. That way people can see his idle animation. And then we'll just do the same thing down here. Okay, so the boss now has a behavior. That's good. Let's also make sure that he's not as weak as the average grunt. We'll give him 300 health. Okay, boss is working. That's a good start. But that's not what we were supposed to be testing. Can I... First of all, cast to hero character. Let me do some magic here. Nope. Spring arm. So if you remember the trick we did yesterday to make those camera angles for when we transform, I want to do the same thing but for the boss intro. So we'll just first of all, we're going to disable his tick. Now if we test that, we're going to get an error. Trigger volume has an error. Ah, yeah, okay. Break that, because we don't need to test that right this second. Okay, so the boss still has his tick enabled. That's funny. Tick. Oh wait, I'm in the spring arm. Whoops. That might be why that didn't work out as planned. He's still ticking, so that's not great. Well, what we can do is... let's go to our enemy spawner, which is over here somewhere. There it is. And we'll just add a custom event called spawn boss. Spawn actor from class. Get actor transform. And get the boss. Cool. So now what we can do is we can take him out of the picture. Yeah, we'll put it right there. And then in our trigger volume, get actor of class with tag. How about that? We'll search for tag boss. Can we assign tags in gameplay here? Yes, we can. Boss. Enemy spawner. For loop. Spawn boss. There we go. And then what we can do to make this better, we go to the enemy spawner, add a delay of about 5 seconds. Cast to game mode, not game mode, combat mode. Get game mode. And boss attack. There we go. He's vicious. Just want to make sure he attacks one more time. I only put the range 5 to 10 seconds. Well, this ain't great. That back on. Maybe that'll help. Yeah, that's fixing. He's already starting to turn to face us now, so that's better. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Are you gonna fight? What did I do to break him this time? Okay, attack. Does his 3-hit combo. It requires him to lunge. Combo hit triggers. Random float 5 to 10 seconds. Yeah, let's do a print string here. Come on. Any day now. Okay, maybe we're not supposed to use randoms. So we'll just set this to 6 seconds. And we'll set this to 6 seconds as well. And then we'll just test that one more time, make sure he's okay. Nope, he's just not working anymore. What's your problem, man? Make sure he has placed in the world and spawned. Placed in world or spawned. Yep, he's got everything he needs. Okay, what if we do the same thing? Set timer by event handle every 6 seconds. Do the thing. That should help if he ever gets stuck. So 20 damage is a lot. So we'll nerf the enemies and the boss real quick, and we'll call it a success. Let's nerf him down to 10 damage. Yeah, and then where's the basic enemy AI? Oh, we didn't even finish the thing with the boss trigger volume. We'll come back to that. Not you. Enemies, here we go. Let's make the basic enemies just do 5 damage, just to keep it tame. You're gonna be fighting a lot of them anyway. And then just to make transforming even more exciting, as if that's even possible, right? When you transform, we'll set your health back to 100 as well. We'll just add a pin here. Set health to be 100. That way, there's even more incentive to transform other than, I don't like this form, or my battery is dying. Cool, that adds a new dynamic. Okay, anyway, what I wanted to do with the boss trigger volume was add a cinematic moment, if you will. So we'll spawn the boss, and then when that's done, grab all this, track this down. We will player character. We get a sip of more caffeine. Alright, that's empty. Next, we're going with Gatorade. These drinks are not staying cold. Let me put the last energy drink in the refrigerator real quick. Okay, that's taken care of now. Anyway, what I wanted to do is get get camera. Whoops. And then we're going to attach component to component. This is going to be tricky. So let's do the. We'll get the camera reference. Get actor of class. Boss. Get spring arm. Excuse me. Here, let's make a sequence here, actually. First, we'll do that. We will delay, and we'll tweak this as we go, but for 5 seconds. Should be enough. And when those 5 seconds are up, we will cast the player one more time. Get spring arm, and just reattach the camera back to the player. And we also want to enable their input. Enable input. Get player controller. We'll disable the input up there, but one thing at a time. Disable input. All right, let's test this. This is either going to be really cool or really lame. Oh, he's attacking right away. Probably because of that. Yeah, let's cool. Let's adjust that camera angle a little bit. Make it a little more cinematic. Let's go about 30 degrees there, 10 degrees down. And let's bring the spring arm in to, I don't know, 250? That's pretty imposing. Let's go 200. Let's just try 200 real quick. I just want to see. Okay, now it's too low. What if we do like this and like this? Okay, now we're all kinds of tweaked. There we go. Okay, and then what we'll try next is just raising it up a little bit. Neat. I like it. We'll stick with it. And we'll need to update the lighting, but like one thing at a time. Okay, we got basic enemies. We got the boss. We have transformations. We have health. We have batteries. We need a level. Also a boss design. Let's do a boss design first. So we'll close all this. And let's get Blender open. Get a sip of Gatorade while I'm at it. I shouldn't have chugged that, but it is what it is. So I was talking to my buddy Joe last night after the stream ended, and he actually recommended that we use rhinoceros beetle horns. My tracker's not going to track this very well. Rhinoceros beetle horns for the boss. So once Blender loads, I'll show you what I mean. There we go. So what we can do here is essentially steal these vertices. Maybe not both, but one of them. I can just do this. So we'll copy this, paste it, extrude vertices, just go. Okay, that's not what I wanted actually. Let's import one of the other helmets. The Titan helmet is what I'm thinking. Finished works. Titan helmet. There it is. 7.43, 7.43, and 7.43. There we go. Then z of 72. I'll do 1.5. Cool. About 73. All right. Grab these. Yeah. And then separate by selection. Go back to object mode. And then what we're gonna do, you know what? I want more than that. It's not what I wanted, actually. I'm gonna grab these. Grab these. Separate by selection. Go back to object mode. Ta-da! Truly diabolical. Alright, and then all we need to do is just fix these faces. Not, whoop. Okay. You, and you. And then I think we can be able to use the grid fill that Awen taught us. Right click. I might be blind. Where is it? Vertex. Grid fill, here we go. Not quite, okay. We'll just do this manually. Like that. Is there a reason it's not actually filling? There we go. All right. Edit. Merge by distance. Or did I want to do... Join. There we go. Then merge by distance. Now we can see it is one object. So now the question becomes, what color do we make this guy? We've used red, orange, Oh, we haven't used blue. I mean, we can use blue, but I don't know. We had the businessman at blue. Hmm. Maybe if I look at a color palette, I'll know what I want to do. Oh, right. We need to do another UV wrap. Uh, grab you. Control U? No. Shift U? No. Okay. UV, Smart UV Project. Island margin, 0.05. Unwrap. There's our new UV. All right, let's get some ideas rolling here. Boss helmet. 2048 by 2048. Let's see, we've used green, we've used purple, we've used red, we used orange. We haven't used yellow, but I don't think I want a yellow boss. You know what? I kind of like that blue. Hold on, hold on, hold on. What if we just do green blue? Yeah, let's do green blue. Let's see what that looks like. So let's add that to our color palette. Evidently it did not do that. Let's grab that. There we go. And then as we color it in, we can judge it harshly. I think this is also part of the visor. Yes, it is. I know that's part of the visor. I know this is part of the visor. This is definitely part of the visor. Yep. This is part of the visor. Okay, so now the question is, light blue with what? What about white? What does that look like? I don't know. I might need to color it in to get an idea, and then if I don't like it, we can change it. So here to here to here. And then the faces of those are here. No? Oh, they're up here. I don't know. It's not really boss material, you know? What if we do dark blue? That just looks wrong. What about black? Hate it. But I feel like it's missing something. Gold? That's just ugly as hell. Oh man, what about silver? I guess it could be worse. I don't know. I'm just not. I feel like it's missing something. Maybe I just need the horns on the side too. Maybe that's what's bothering me. I don't know. You know what? Let's go on that assumption. Let's copy all of that. Or, you know what? Instead of doing that, right? So just deselect everything attached directly to the helmet. What if we just made new horns is my idea. Like, we don't have to be married to this. There we go. And then to fix this, we'll just subdivide this twice? No. Let's just... I don't know. Like that. Now can we use grid fill? Almost. Grid fill. There we go. Okay, and do the same thing over here. Nope, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? Weird. Okay, well, that's fine, I guess. What if we try again? Anyway. Okay, I don't know why it was fighting me. Anyway, new horns. We're gonna have to do this. Add the mirror modifier. And now we can start working on the horns. So the horns are 3 grid spaces long. So perhaps we can use these grid spaces right here. Okay, so we'll start by extruding out to the X, rotating it like this on the Y-axis, extruding out, rotating on the Y-axis a little bit more, maybe even elevating it like so. Then extrude it one more time. Maybe a little more like this. And then what we'll do is grab one of these. Okay, that's not how I thought that was going to work. Global. We'll set that to 80. Copy that. Not quite the desired effect, but certainly an effect. Let's just vertex, perfect. And then I think what we need to do, make this better. Grab these. Shrink it on the y-axis a little bit. Grab these. Shrink that on the y-axis a little bit. Maybe even the x-axis a little bit. I guess it could be worse. It's a unique silhouette, so we'll operate on that. So let's go to edit mode, or actually object mode. Apply that. Edit mode, UV, smart UV project, 0.05 on wrap. Looks great. Let's get that paintbrush going. We don't have a lot of time, so let's not dilly-dally too long here. We'll make his horns black. And then we'll make his visor white. Ooh, you know what? I kind of want to see that now. Hold on. Visor, 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 visor. It could work. It's not going to be perfect, but at least he'll be unique. Alright, that's his visor done. I think this is a horn. Yep. I think these are horn stuff too. Yes. Come on, come on, come on, just a little bit, little bit, little bit. There we go. Certainly looks like everything. Oh, wouldn't it be funny if we drew a funny mouth on him, though? Hold on. Where's that? Perfect. Give him a little arch there. A very intimidating character, to be sure. Maybe we can enhance this by just... we can't do that. But we can probably get away with this. Just like a black slit in the middle. Nah. Nah. Well, it was worth a shot. Let's not get stuck on this too much. So we'll save this as the boss helmet. There we go. Then we'll just go ahead and export that before we forget to do that. FBX, finished works, boss helmet. Make sure we go through all our settings. Alright, now let's do the same thing for everything else. Luckily, I don't plan on doing anything too crazy with these. Maybe adding a back spine would be cool. Actually, hold on. This will take like 3 seconds, I swear. Then just on the x-axis, a little bit like this. And then one more time. And then just to enhance this a little bit. Shrink like that. Shrink a little bit more. And then shrink the most. It looks so lame, but I kind of love it. Alright, we'll roll with it. We'll roll with it. So we'll need to go to edit mode, do a smart UV project, unwrap. There's our new UV, looks solid. Let's give him a new torso. Boss torso. And then we'll use black as his highlight color. Any percent speed around this. We'll make his spine horn completely black, because why not? Evidently there's a tiny portion somewhere that needs to be painted black. Is this it? I suspect not. There it is. Cool. Alright. Let's make this size 60. There we go. That was halfway decent. Like that. Okay, and just go across like this. Cool. God, that was so sloppy. Oh, that's not even the part that was sloppy. Okay. We'll just try this again. Close enough. Close enough. Um, okay. Grab over here. Yep. Close enough. That looks like a finished torso to me. Not really. Okay, hold on. All right, it's a little more complete. All right, we'll save that. Go ahead and export that as well. All right, shoulder pads. I don't think I want to change anything on that except the color, so we're gonna just do that real quick. Boss shoulder. Bam. Set this back to 60. Nice. Not nice. Oh my goodness. Ah. And then just down here. Cool. Shoulder pads are done. We still got time. We still got time. Don't freak out. Boss shoulder. Boss shoulder. Okay, boss gauntlet. Here we go. Oh my god, my brain. Don't do it. But it... no, we're not doing it. I was gonna add some spikes on the gauntlet. We're not doing that. We already got too much to do without that nonsense going through my head. Boss gauntlet. Okay. Let's increase the size a little bit and just do the whole row like that. No! There we go. There we go. Oh, there we go. Good. Right, let's export that. Up. Glad I caught myself. Boss Gauntlet. Export that. Nice. Export. Alright. Knuckles. Boss. Knuckles. Nice. Okay. Bam. Okay. Oh my god, come on. Okay, and then just one more here. Nice. And then instead of the 1, 2, 3 that we normally do, we'll just do a V. There we go. That's how you know he's dangerous. He's got spikes instead of straight lines. Alright, save. Here? Here. Panicking a little bit, I won't lie. We're really close to time. Boss Knuckles. There we go. Export FBX. Boss Knuckles. Thigh guards. Let's do that. That should be pretty easy. Can I just do that? Then just that. Yeah. Neat. Or maybe it didn't do that. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on. But it does look like what I need, so we're just gonna live with it and not do that again. Boss thigh guard. Alright. Boss shin guard. Just like that. Bam. That was fast. Boss shin guard. Cool. And then the last thing we need to do is just change the texture of this character. Luckily, again, really easy. Base color. Boss undersuit. That was not what I wanted to do, actually, now that I say that out loud. Oh no. Boss undersuit. We did want that black. Then we just color the feet in. There we go. We could just 100 maybe? 100 should be a decent size. There we go. Color that in, color this in. Oh god. Oh, there it is, the last leg. Up, 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 up. Come here. Come here. There we go. Cool. Now we just need to add the outlines to them. We'll set this to size 60. That might be way too thick. Yeah, that's way too thick. Size 20 should be more manageable. Okay, that looks... Yeah, that looks like the right size. Cool. Drag those across like so. Ah, too far. And like so. There we go. Okay, go back up here. Do the same thing over here. And one more time over here. It's not perfect, but it is pretty decent. Oh, I forgot to do the bottoms. Done. Okay, so just these two. Cool. Why is it not showing up though? Oh, you know why? Because I didn't do the fronts down here. Up, 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 up. Cool. Save as boss undersuit. And then we don't have to export the model because it's using the same base skeleton. So now what we can do is we can jump back into Unreal and start getting all this set up. So first off, let's go back to the content folder, go to the 3D assets, go to models, go to base model, and let's add that boss undersuit in there. Not this folder. Boss undersuit, boss undersuit, boss undersuit. Here we go. Unreal, don't fight me right now. Okay. Now, we just gotta find that, right click, create material, boss undersuit. Cool, so now, if we go to our blueprint, content, blueprints, enemy BP, boss BP. And go here, scroll down, boss undersuit. And look at that. And then we can start changing these out after I import them. That might be an important step in this process. I don't know. 3D assets, models. Make a new folder. We'll call it boss. Boss, just boss. Import. 3D models, finished works. Boss, 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 boss. Boss and boss. Open. Make sure we use pipeline defaults and import. While that's going, let me grab another sip of Gatorade. Okay, well, I just I just crushed that, apparently. Ugh, big stretch. Ugh. Alright, save all. And I think because we used the same scaling and basically positions in Blender as we did when we made the enemy, in theory, we should be able to just kind of change these models out and it'll work. So if we do Boss Knuckles, ta-da! Boss Knuckles. Oh my god, it's working flawlessly. Boss. Boss. Shin guard. Here we go. Ah! Excuse me. Boss thigh guard. Let's see that boss helmet and engine. Yeah! He's a lot less intimidating with that cute smile, but you know what? I love him. Boss gauntlet. Alright, let's see him in action. Honestly, not bad. Alright, we need to start designing our level. So my idea for the level is literally just a 3-floor tower. First floor is just enemies. Second floor is just even more enemies, and the third floor is the boss. That's my idea. So I think I just want to model it real quick, and then we'll just import it as a one static mesh and just make it work. So first thing we need to do is make a new Blender scene. Yes, save that, actually. Delete all this. And I want to start with a plane. And then what we're going to do is scale to grid, turn on magnetism. Let's just make this 10 by 10 by 10. Then we will extrude it up like that. And that's one floor, right? But we're going to subdivide this a few times. Actually, like that might be perfect. One more time. No, that's enough, actually. I'm just crazy, don't worry about me. And then these right here are going to be elevators that the player walks in on. That way we have a platform that brings the player up to the trigger volume, if that makes sense. That's the plan anyway. So we're going to need to establish some walls. Maybe I should subdivide it one more time, actually. There we go. Now we got some better wallage. So we'll grab all these vertices here. It's not grabbing any on the sides. Good. And then we'll make the next, we'll put the ceiling here. Yeah. Okay, so we'll just do that. You know what? Yeah, we'll just do that. And then we can just have can I here, delete those. Let's might as well start over. I'm screwing myself up here. Start with the plane. Make it 10 by 10 by 10. Subdivide it twice. Then just these, and these. See that? I might be crazy. It's fine. Probably. And then we'll extrude them once for the floor. Well, I guess that's not the floor, but you know what I mean. Okay, let me just... Okay. I'm gonna go crazy here. Here, start with the floor. That's what we need to do. Look at that, we have a floor. Okay, now we can start grabbing the sides to make the walls. Cool, now that we got that, we can make our first wall. And then in engine, we can put a little elevator passage here, kind of thing. And then just to make sure that we have a floor, actually just bring this down one notch and put this up one notch and bam. Close this loop and we have a floor. Or a ceiling, I guess. Yeah. And then we want these to be facing inward. I already forgot how to do that. Normals. Like, I know how to make them outward, but that's not what I want. I want them to face inward. I think it's Control Shift N for face inward, right? Recalculate normals. Normals. Mesh. Do I need to do that in object mode? I don't think that's how that works. Object. Here, let's just do a test. I did recalculate normals with Control Shift normals. So let's put this in a different folder here. Oh, I did import. Whoops. I want export. Export FPX. Finished works. Go back a folder. We'll call this room test. And do that. Models. Room test. Make sure we use a regular pipeline. Import. Well, aside from the ceiling, it's actually doing everything I wanted it to. Maybe because the ceiling isn't 3D. Well, I guess we can put another room on top of it. Anyway, it's doing what I want, so we can delete this from Unreal Engine and actually put textures on it. So, question becomes, what kind of textures do we want on this? I don't need this anymore. Oh god, stop. Okay, so let's do Smart UV Project, 0.05, unwrap. And then texture paint. And we'll just call this room. And then 2048 times 2. Oh god, I'm not smart enough for this. Hold on. Calculator. There we go. 2048 times 2048. No. Just times 2. 4096. Room 4096 by 4096. And we'll make the room, I don't know, I kind of want it to be like gray, but like that sounds so bad. I don't even know what environment this is taking place in, if I'm being honest. Excuse me. Oh, I already forgot how to display the thing. Oh god, here we go again. Every time. Oh, here we go. Metadata? Nope. UV grid? No. I remember it's like a slider. Nope, not that. Texture? Not texture. Oh, it's gonna drive me insane. Hmm. There it is. I'm gonna keep forgetting that every single time. And it's gonna be annoying as hell, not just to you guys, but to me. Now, how do we decorate an arena this bland? What if we... I don't know. Look at some colors. What if we used dark blues for the floor? Wherever that is. Here. That's the floor. We'll make the player and the enemies the brightest thing in the room. I think that's a good idea. Alright, we got every corner. That's good. Now how to fill the rest of it. Maybe like a gray? I'm not feeling it. What about like a closer to a lightish blue? Well, now it just kind of looks like a surreal hellscape. Man, I should have thought about this stuff, but I wasn't thinking, period. End of sentence. Um, let's grab some black. Maybe we can just kind of... I don't know, paint the walls. Okay, so that's none of the walls inside. That's one of the walls inside. Ooh, you know what? That could be something, but with a different brush. How about paint soft? Okay, okay, I like where this is going. Brush type. Where was it? There's a stroke. There we go. And I want a line. I'll just add these surreal lines here. And you know it's a cursed room because these lines have no rhyme or reason. Oh wow, that one happened. Actually, it happened to a line. It's kind of neat. Glad I managed to pull that off somehow. Okay, so we know these are exterior walls. So these are all interior walls right here. Yeah, there they are. Hey. Just paint across the walls like that. And then one more wall to paint. It's this one. That's close enough. Time is it? 7? Okay. I don't want to paint the ceiling, so we're not gonna. I also realized that I closed off the ceiling and I wasn't supposed to do that because we need that to be open for the elevator stuff. So hopefully this doesn't ruin everything, but this has to go. Okay, that wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. So let's save that. Room PNG, sure. How about room 1? And we just do different colors real quick. So room 1 is blue. Man, what other colors can we use? This sounded like a good idea in my head. Now I got nothing. How about a darker purple for the next room? You know what? Let's not worry about any of this. I didn't export the room. There we go. Cool. Export, FBX, room, and we'll actually put it in finished works. Come on, Blender. Oh wait, wrong folder. Finished works. Room. There it is. Cool. Now we need to set this up. So first off, is that room big enough to host our combat? Where did my... There it is. Okay, well, it might help if this room had collisions first. Let's set that up. Okay. Collisions. True when the shape was created by the engine and was not imported. Well, it was imported, so that's not going to be it. Collision preset, block all. Complex collision mesh. That's not it. Unreal has a way to generate the collisions. I just need to figure out where that was. Oh, collision, right there. Auto convex collision tool, generating a convex collision or meshes. I think we're gonna have to do this a different way. We're running out of time. It's really frustrating. Man. I don't know. Let's try something crazy. We'll hide this, create a cube. Well, first off, let's make the cube 10 by 10 by 10. Maybe by 1 here. Go like that. This will be our floor. We'll call it floor. We'll sample this color here. There's our floor. Save as floor. File, export, FBX. That's our floor. Then we'll generate another cube. Make this 1 by 10 by 10. Put that there. Put that here. And that'll be our reference. Oh, Awen, thanks for the caffeination. I say that. I don't have caffeine next to me for now. Give me 30 minutes, I'll grab it from the refrigerator again. But UV's already done, so we can just kind of, we'll make a wall texture. .5. And then we'll just grab Some black. That's the only hydration check I have. Well, I do have water next to me, and I haven't had water in a minute. I've had 1 can of energy drink, and 2 bottles of Gatorade. So, in terms of hydration, I'm probably doing a-okay, but water is always better. Alright, we're just gonna make this wall really, really simple. 1, 2. Oh god. 3, 4, 5. That's our wall. There we go. Export FBX. That's our wall. Okay, last thing we need to do is nothing because we can use this wall as our elevator shaft. It's fine. This can be our ceiling. Yep, let's just build that in engine now. The wall. And floor. Ugh. Okay, let's build this room. I'm pretty sure I can change this to be our floor. And then just resize it to be, I don't know, 1, 1, 1. Make sure we're using the floor material. Is it not a material? Material 002. Okay, I guessed right. Cool. We have our floor. Okay, so let's build the elevator shaft. Well, let's build the walls first, I guess. There's a lot of things we need to do. Maybe put this right here. And then 180. Okay. I am so done with me. $29.65 maybe? That leaves kind of a gap. Borked the pivot. Yeah, definitely borked the pivot. I should have used Blender's use mesh as origin or whatever it's called. That would have probably fixed this issue, but I am impatient. Such a huge wall. Can I... Let's scale it down at 0.5. What does that look like? This room might be too small. This might be too small a room. Okay, let's reconsider this. Let's make the, I don't know, 1.5? Oops, that can stay as 1. Yeah, this feels a little bit more spacious. The walls will probably get rid of that feeling though. So just in case, let's go 2 by 2. Then we'll just increase the wall size by 2. And then I think Unreal does have a snap to grid feature we can use. It's already on. Okay, well. Can I just do 0? How about 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15? There we go. Alright, and then we can just copy paste that. Set rotation back to 0. Drag that all the way over here. And we'll tweak the lighting a bit. Actually, I need to tweak it now because I can't see. Okay, directional light. Rotation this way. -2, 4, 4, 0. That should be good. Alright. Might be worth going back and doing that to save time going forward if you are using that wall more than once. I'm only going to make it 2 more times and then just copy paste the room essentially, so I think we'll be fine. I'll probably regret saying that later, but I don't want to spend too much time. We're already low on time. Just as a reminder, can you even see that clock? No, you can't. Current time in my time zone is 7:30, basically 7:30. Game Jam ends at 11, technically 10:59, but we don't have a lot of time, and there's still a lot to do, so I'm gonna try and rush this where I can, even to my own detriment. Okay, one more wall. Can I get the directional lighting again? Da, 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 da. I knew it, there's a gap. Well, I didn't realize there was a gap there too, but that helps, I guess. -3190. That's okay. -3195. Okay, I'm going the wrong way. 3185. Make sure there's not a gap over here too. That looks pretty flush. Little bit of a gap there. That should be fine. Okay. We need to set up some interior lighting in here. So let's grab, well, I guess first things first, grab the floor. Make that the ceiling. And that should make the entire interior dark. Yep. Cool. So we can get rid of this directional light. We don't need it. Save everything. Let's start adding some lights. We'll start with some spotlights. There's the ceiling. We'll make them... Okay, and then... let's just revert that to default. We'll do 1400 just to be safe. Source radius. I think we're fine on that. Alt 3 and 4 should toggle between lit and unlit viewport unless they changed it. Ooh. Alt 3. Oh shoot. Thank you. That is actually extremely helpful. Okay, cool. Effects, worlds, cast shadows. Let's hide the navigation so I can actually see how that light's doing. Not great. Okay, so does this increase the lighting power? Yes, it does. That's a very small limit though. I need Steam to not do that. Uh, right, there's something in the project settings that changes that. Exposure. We don't want auto exposure. It causes like so auto exposure in Unreal tries to be like how your eyes adjust to light. It looks terrible in my opinion every single time. So I usually just get rid of it. Oops, that's FN. 3, 4. What does that look like if I play it? Okay. Not not great, not terrible. We'll say that much. Let's go back to unlit mode and let's try something funny. What if we put these spotlights in corners and have them point towards the center of the room? That's my silly idea. So maybe 30 degrees that way, 30 degrees this way, and 30 degrees this way. Okay, maybe 30 degrees that way is a little too much. We will need one more spotlight in the center, I think, but I think this has potential. 1720 and 1010. Negative 140. 50. Whoops. Negative 50? 140. Cool. So supposedly, if I do this and do that, yep, cool. We can drag that over here. Is it going to be positive 140 for this? Nope. We know negative 50 is fine. We just need to rotate this. I'm so bad at math. Sure. So how does that look in game? Troubling, to say the least, but at least it's something. Is it because the sources are not quite in the corners? Here, Alt 3. Let's actually put them in the corners. Maybe that'll help. Make it flush. Make it flush. What does that look like? Kind of ominous. What if we drop it down a hair? Still ominous, but I don't know. There's something to it. We could probably just drop the angle a little bit to help. Maybe 10 degrees and 10 degrees like that. Well, we're certainly getting somewhere, so we'll just start doing that, I guess. Grab you. Borderline flush, borderline flush. And then what height was that first spotlight, second spotlight? 990? Okay, duplicate. And then we want to do, let's do 185. Okay, that's the right direction. So another 45 degrees would be, I'm so bad at math, 130. 230, I'm sorry. And then it is at 990, so maybe it's just 2 in the wall. There we go. We're getting somewhere with this. Not sure why these angles look so different. That's why. Okay. Okay. Oops. Oh no. We need to grab it by this one. Here we go. Let's try 300. Alright, how do the enemies look in this? Might help if the enemy spawns are actually in here, huh? Enemy spawner. What trigger volume is this? That's the regular one. It should be spawning enemies. Nav mesh is working. Please don't introduce new bugs. That's the last thing I want to deal with right now. Okay, trigger volume. There we go. Okay, that's working. That's good. So let's set up some other stuff to make this look more interesting. I think a spotlight in the middle might also be just not a bad idea. 0. Okay, 0 is not center. That's good to know. We're gonna have to make guesstimates here. You know what? Just duplicate that. Approximately center of the room. Then approximately center of this room. And then just set the angle back down to 0, right? Okay, maybe not. 90? 90. Negative 90. There we go. And then, what does that look like? Well, it looks like it's not centered for one. Okay, the camera collides. That's good. Kind of looks like you're fighting in a circus, in a way. Make sure all this is still working. Why did he do that? Okay, so I think that's because the lunge just does its own thing. So, I don't know. Let's work on effects. We need to make this, well, okay, we need to work on level design, actually, but... what if... Uh... Man. Let's start by moving the trigger volume somewhere corner-ish. Right about there. And then we'll put the player start around there as well. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Like that. Not a great start. Okay. We need to rethink this. If I do that, what will happen? Nothing, because the player has to spawn onto it. So what if we just do that? Okay, that kind of works. We'll just drop the player into every level. And then we'll make a... Where are the trigger volumes? We'll make a next level trigger volume or something like that. Next level. And we'll just change the functionality of that real quick. So what we're going to do to make this work I need the game mode. And the enemy BP for that matter. Oh my god. Okay, game mode. Okay, I thought so. I don't have any logic for what happens if an enemy, all the enemies are defeated. So we'll add a custom event. We'll call it defeated enemies. Enemy spawn count. Currently have it set as 2. Let me check my notes. I wrote down how many enemies I wanted to spawn in each level, but I don't think that's like well thought out, but at least it's something. 10 on the first floor? Okay. Okay. Defeated enemies. Hold on. One more thing. Just to make sure... Let's set up this enemy spawn locations in a way that makes sense. Yeah, we'll just put them in the corners. That way the player has a little bit of time to react to the spawning of enemies. And then, when they die... When they die... Here we go. Before they set their lifespan, cast 2... They should also disable all collisions. Ah! Disable collision. Nope. Collision enabled. Caps component, probably. No collision. But before all that happens, cast to combat mode. Get game mode. And call event enemy defeated. Did I not? Defeated enemy. Okay, fine. Fine. I don't remember how I typed anyway. It's fine. Okay, now we can determine this. So we're using 3 spawners, so we should set the enemy spawn count as ×3, set enemy spawn count, and then that will be the number of enemies in the level. So every time an enemy is defeated, we can take enemy spawn count and decrement it. And then we can check, is it less than or equal to 0 branch? If it is, we can get the next level trigger volume to work. So by default, we'll set collision oh my god, my brain. No collision. So by default, collision is disabled, but if there are no enemies left, get actor of class. Not all actors. Stop! Unreal, please! Get actor of class. I don't know why you're adding all in my whatever. Next level. And set collision enabled back to query. And then we can test this by setting enemy spawn count to 1. We'll defeat the 3 enemies and then we'll try and exit the level. And then just to make sure it works, we'll just do a print string. Alright, we got enemies incoming. Ah, the dodging animation's too slow for Titan. I don't know why. Am I not doing damage? Like, what's going on here? Okay, I need to check this. How much damage are we doing? One damage. Okay. The enemies have 100 health. How much damage do we want to do per hit? I say Titan should at least be kind of good. Enemy parent. How much health do you have? 100. Yeah, okay. Let's do 20 for Titan, so that's 5 hits with light attacks. Pegasus will do, I don't know, 10. Mighty will do 15. And then we'll keep 1 for when you're in your normal form. And then heavy attacks, we'll do double damage basically. And 40. Alright, let's try it. Wrong button. Ow. Oh, okay, the particles are just spawning wherever. Oh, one of them died. There's another one dead. There's another one dead. Okay, so the death animations are all wrong. The box became physical. Okay, that's something. Okay, what if we change this to overlap all? Print string. Test that real quick. Okay, so that works. So what we'll do instead is instead of, turning on collision, we will, let's do this. Add a light. We'll put a spotlight. Make it 90 degrees this way. We'll make this light invisible, and then when the player beats the level, the light will be visible. That's the gist of it. We'll even give it a cool color. What's a cool color? Red. Hidden in game. Then we'll set this as hidden in game. And then we'll add a custom event. We'll call it level complete. And basically all it does is make this set hidden in game false. And then to make that work, so the player doesn't leave the level early, cast to combat mode, get game mode, get enemy count, and as long as it's equal to 0, the player will be allowed to leave the level. And then to make sure the light turns on, if the enemy spawn count is less than or equal to 0, get actor of class. Next level. And do the event. I already forgot what I called the event. Level complete. Oh, so I was typing the right thing. Level complete. So now if we try to exit the level early, nothing happens. Oh, I can still move while transforming. Okay, that's cool. That's one dead. That's two dead. That's three dead. Okay. I don't see our red spotlight. Is it over here? Oh, it is. Where's our spotlight? Level complete. Well, at least we know it's working. I just... The light's not working. Let's bump up the intensity. Let's set hidden in-game false, just so we can see what it looks like in-game. It doesn't. Okay. Maybe it's because it's under this light. Uh, hmm. Not sure how to help it in this case. What models do I have? Maybe we can just throw something to spawn in. Should I model should I model a flag? Would that be helpful? Okay, we'll model a flag. Let's just do the typical thing. Grab a plane. Extrude it up. Subdivide it. Bring it up a bit. That's not what I wanted. Uh, That's so bad. Yeah, yeah, I figured as much, Awen. I'm just, oh man, my head is not in the right space for this right this second. Um, I don't know, I just don't want to model a flag right this second, if I'm being honest. But we need something. Uh, let's do the same thing, but when we get to here, we just extrude it one more time. And then just subdivide this space here one more time, and we'll pull our flag from these vertices right here. Select the face, insert with I. Oh shoot, yeah, you're right. Ah. I don't think I understood what that did. Oh man. My brain. We're so close, and yet so far.
So, how's it going?
Oh, Jesus! You were so loud
Oh,
in my
now
ear.
how's it going?
Oh, thanks, Awen. Sorry, I missed that. Um, it's certainly going. The boss is implemented. So that's cool.
Stag beetle?
Huh?
Is it a stag beetle?
Yeah, a blue one, but a stag beetle nonetheless. Right now we're just trying to make a flag, for lack of a better term, to mark where the level exit is. Because my original idea of putting a spotlight there doesn't work. My brain is not working with me on the flag idea. You know what? What if I just do that? No. Oh my god, my brain. I just... I don't want to be doing this! Okay. What are some Unreal Engine stuff that we could just use instead? Oh, you know what? We can do something silly. Hold on. If we get a static mesh and add it to the level exit, and we set that static mesh as one of the helmets, and we just randomize which helmet it is and just have it spin, that could be something. The real question is, how do we do it? How about on event begin play? Let's do two things on event begin play. First of all, let's randomize what kind of static helmets we can get. So let's add a variable. We'll call it static mesh array. We'll make it a static mesh object reference. Make it an array. Compile, save. Oh, yeah, take that out. All right, now compile. Let's add four. I think we have 5 different helmets in this game, so we can choose between. Helmet. Let's hide the boss helmet, actually. Cool. Now, on event begin play, we will set static mesh. Right. And then to set that, we will get the array, get a random array item, and plug it in like that. So now if we compile and look at our level and hit play, okay, this time it shows the red helmet. It's still, okay, maybe this isn't working. Okay, why won't it work? Oh, because I plugged it into level complete instead of event begin play. That might be part of it. That could very much be part of it. Okay, bring that back up. Now, if we hit play, That's the red helmet. Hey, there we go. Now it's randomizing the helmets. And then just to make it a little more visible, we'll add a point light. Attach it to the static mesh. And then we'll add another custom event. We'll call it spin. Set timer by event. Hook it up like that. We'll make it, no, we don't need to do that. What am I doing? Just add timeline. Make sure it plays from the start. Ah. Add a float track. At 0.5, we'll make it 1. Static mesh. Set world rotation. And then we'll lerp that rotation by getting its current world rotation. I spelled world wrong. Rotation. I don't know, 290. How did I do the spinning in the spinner thing that I'm forgetting the name of? Go here. There we go. So I just did it like 30 and then just plugged in the alpha. Okay, so it doesn't actually matter that much. Okay, so go back up here. So we could do 30 like that. And then on finished, spin again. Spin. Okay, that's not working as intended. Oh, because I did add rotation, not set world rotation. Okay, well, that's on me. Add rotation. World rotation. There we go. That might be a little too fast. Let's set it to be 1 second. And set that keyframe to be 1 second. Okay, now it's even faster. 0.25. Okay, that made it even faster. So maybe 3? Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm only making it faster and faster. And I'm not trying to do that. 1, 1. And what if I add another point, 0 and 1? There we go. And then we could just tone down the rotator to, I don't know, 10. There we go. Okay, so set the static mesh to be no collision. And then set both of these, the light and the helmet, to be hidden in-game. And then, when level is complete, we will set both of those to be not hidden in-game. All right. Well, that's unfortunate. The good news is I did add the mechanic where landing your attacks increases your charge so you can transform sooner, so that's something. There we go. There we go. All right. All right, that's one dead. Okay, see what's going on with the enemies. The game mode is telling them to attack even though they're dead. Okay, for some reason the helmet did not become visible, but the point light did. I'm not sure how to feel about that. I guess I should fix the enemies while I'm thinking about it. Combat game mode. Spawn enemies, enemies attack. Here we go. Get all actors of class. Random. Is dead. Get is dead. Branch. If that's true, alright, if it's false, they can attack, but if it's true, they need to try and looking for another enemy. I'm pretty sure when they die... I didn't put pending action is true. Okay, so that needs to be turned back on. Okay, and then let's see if we can fix the particle effect spawning for our ranged dude. Maybe get socket rotation. Get player, get actor forward. Okay. Get forward vector. look at rotation. And then just to test that, we'll spawn as that form. Nope, that is not working. Okay. Get socket rotation. I got add combine rotators. Positive 90 is probably more accurate. Or it could just not make any changes. Cool. Alright. We're gonna come up with a different way of doing this. We'll start with that. And try this. That might have made everything worse. Okay. I have to do this for so many effects too. What if we use the particles just for impact, and then I just use my dumb muzzle flash solution for the everything else? That might be worth it. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Go back to the hero character. Break that. Pick this back up. Spawn system at location. Get actor location. Find look at rotation. We'll just multiply this by I don't know, 10. Oh. Okay. It's close, but not quite. Just kind of guessing here, but hopefully this will get us close. don't think that's much different. Ah! What if we just get rid of this portion? Just do at the impact point. That's where they got shot. There's an error in the editor already. I already see what it is. There. Ah. Okay. That'll do. Okay. Find the gun. Oh, I can't see the gun. It's so hard. Can I hide the sword real quick? Visible. There we go. Turn that off for just a second. Point light. Can you stop moving? It's okay, I can kind of see. Let's just do a little bit of this. Make it extremely yellow. And then set it hidden in game. Then we go back. Set hidden in game. I guess that's gonna have to be how that works. So 0.2 second delay should be enough. Oh, that's not good. That might have just broken everything. Oh, because I didn't do this. What's up? Hello, Waffle Crusader. Welcome to the stream. I've been thinking about getting into coding and game development. I was recommended to go to Godot to start. I don't know if that's good advice. From what I understand, if you want to learn like basic programming stuff, like I don't know if I wanted to say, what's the word I'm looking for? Not basics. Like Godot is not like only for beginners. It's actually a great engine for games in general. But if you want to learn like proper like scripting etiquette, I guess is what I'm looking for. It's not a bad place to start. There's a lot of like really big indie developers who use Godot, and it's pretty capable. So, I mean, if you want to get into it, it's not a bad place to start. It's also like fairly similar to Unity in terms of its functionality. So a lot of what you learn there can transfer if you're like, maybe this isn't the engine for me. Are you gonna die? Thank you. Okay, that solution works. It's not great, but it works. All right, we need to do the same thing for the heavy hits. So we'll just plug that over here. Da, 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 da. I would eventually like to move up to Unity, then Unreal. I might go with Godot to get the basics, then move up to those to find out which I like better. Um, Honestly, start with Godot is a good plan. Going to Unity, also a good plan. Moving to Unreal is so different that I'm not sure if that's the best plan, but if you find success in it, like, more power to you, man. Let's do this. I already forgot. It's up here. Copy this, paste this down here. Here, and plug this here. Hey, oh shoot, I just realized I haven't even plugged in specials or parries. Well, I guess parries can just be disabled, but specials are kind of a thing I wanted to do. Okay, that looks pretty good. I want to check something real quick. Does that change it too drastically? It actually makes it better. The enemies are still moving when they're hit, so I think what I'd like to do... Let's slide all this mumbo jumbo out a little bit. Copy this, paste this up here. Actually, we don't need to do that. We can just do that. Character movement is disabled. And then if they are still alive, enable movement or not. Disable movement. Oh, okay, so disable movement is just off. Okay. Is there a way to re-enable it though? Maybe set movement. Set movement mode. That might be the better way of doing that, actually. We'll test that real quick. Oh, I did it wrong. Stop. Gotta plug that back up. Okay, now we can test. Alright, they don't seem to be trying to move when they're getting hit now, so that's good. That might be the way to go. Cool. That's set up now. We should probably do that during our transformations as well. Set movement mode to none. And then when we're back to normal, set movement mode back to walking. Ah. And then we'll just test that real quick. Yep, I can't move my camera. That's all working as intended. I forgot that I set the sword hidden in game. Or invisible. Visible. There we go. Alright, we need to start making effects for the other forms. So let's start with that. Niagara system. For the Titan, I want to use the static beam. We'll just make it hopefully directional. I don't know. We'll see how it works. So we'll do create. We'll call it slash. We'll dive into it. So that's what it looks like. Let's go back to our... We can close this for now. And this. Okay, let's find our slashing. We'll take all this, do the same down here. Let's try and clean it up a little bit. Impact point here and impact point here. And then let's make our default form Titan. Okay, so those particles are continuously staying alive. So let's set the life cycle, life cycle once. And then how to set their rotation. Let's disable this rotator real quick and just see what it looks like at 0, 0. So, we're fixing that right now. Animations, dodge. Set to rotation of the sword, maybe? That could be something. Let's try that. Get world rotation. Kinda. Kinda works. God, the dodge is just so slow. Am I editing the right dodge animation? Is there another dodge animation I'm not aware of? I edited the wrong one. Okay. No wonder that was not changing. Yeah, it's still a little rough, but it's fine. Okay, if we limit the lifespan of this slash to maybe 1 second, I'll be happy with it. I kind of like it. That was not a bad idea. Let's keep with that. So we can get rid of this then. Right? Yeah, we can. Yeah. And then the enemies have quite a bit of range, which is technically good, but I can see a lot of people getting frustrated with that, so I'm gonna limit their range a little bit more. Here it is. Let's go to 200. Just because you can't see yourself getting hit, so. Alright, let's make a new system. Let's do omnidirectional burst, and we'll do that for the. We'll do one version for base form when you're just a human, and one version for when you're red form. Gunfire slash, and we'll just call it punch. Okay, so first off, let's change the color. Yellow seems like it would be pretty good. Alright, let's apply that to our character, see what that looks like, and then we'll go from there. Luckily, because this is an omnidirectional burst, we don't really need to worry too much about, alignment and whatnot. It can just kind of exist. And then just to make it... Okay, impact point here. Oh, Unreal, why are you making this hard? There we go. Okay. I forgot to do one more thing. The Titan form needs that sword slashing thing to be 2x scale for heavy attacks. So we'll just drop this down here like this. Impact point goes here. Drag this across like that. And then we'll just double the scale real quick. And then we'll also just make sure that's working before we move on. Okay, I did not think that was gonna work. Add rotator. Add rotation. I don't want functions. Combine rotators. I think that might get us a little more in line. I could be horribly wrong, to be honest with you. I'm kind of just guesstimating here. Hey, that's not too bad. Maybe 45 degrees here. Yeah, that works. Let's see. Gunfire's done, slash is done. Punch is what we're testing next. So let's navigate to our event begin play. Oops, I did not change the particle. Punch. And then we'll also, at the same time, test the heavy attack, so we're doing both at once. Here it's 2 times scale. Oh, I got interrupted. Okay. Yeah, that works kind of nicely. Okay, and then here's my idea for our little humble dude. We'll duplicate the punch effect and call it base punch. And we're basically going to change the color to white. And then we're going to decrease the size of the particles on spawn. That's my idea. Okay, so plug this in here. Impact point here. And then we'll do 1.0 size for the heavy attack. And then for the light attack, we'll do 0.5. Okay, let's test that real quick. I don't think the light attack is working. Impact point, 0.5. Is 0.5 just actually too small? We could just do 1, but here, just in case, let's try 0.75. Okay, so what we'll do instead then, put the sizes back to normal and we'll just decrease the particles in the actual system. So base punch. Oh, uniform scale. Here we go. We'll drop it to 1 and 5. And then try again. Is it maybe just not working on light attacks? base form. Oh wait, that's heavy. Everything is set up correctly. Here, we'll try and do the slash effect just to see. Interesting. Okay, so what if we just do that? Spawn system at location. Base punch. Impact point. And now they work. I'm not sure I get it, but whatever. Shape radius, let's drop it to 20. See if that makes it a little more wimpy looking. Not quite. Velocity, gravity force. Let's try and change the scale here, like we were trying to do earlier. Because maybe it just wasn't working because of something else. Yeah, that works. Okay. Something I'd like to have is something that pops up to tell the player how much damage they're doing. God, this is so much that we're doing. We'll make a quick widget. We'll call it damage numbers. And it'll be very easy. Just get a canvas slot. And then get some text. Let's get yeah, just text. Make it centered. We'll put a fake number in here. Set the text to be size 48. Outline size 5. Gives it a nice look. And then we'll make it white outline, black text. Then what we do is we make an actor, call it damage display. And all we do in here is add widget. Not add, just widget. Widget. Scroll down. Grab damage number. We'll raise it to like right there. And then we'll scale, let's not scale it down just yet. And then basically, whenever an enemy takes damage, spawn actor from class. get actor transform. And actually what we'll do, add, nope. Fine, split the struct. Add vectors here. Because we want this to spawn above the enemies, so we'll go, I don't know, 50. And then we'll set the rotation to be get actor load transform, get player character, get actor location, find look at rotation, oh right, damage display. And what we'll do is on event, first of all, we need to bind the text. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Variable damage, make it a float, plug that float here, not there, here, and then on event begin play, get widget, cast to damage number, and set damage. I guess that's one more thing we have to do in here. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Whatever. Let's promote this to a variable real quick. Oh my god, how much time do we have left? A couple hours. Set damage equal to damage. Okay, we got the right idea. Hold on, we might be cooking. Let's do 250 and lifespan 1 second. Well, that's unfortunate. I should not be doing 0 damage, by the way. I should be doing 1 damage. I'm also not stunning these guys, which is not good news. What is going on? Oh. Yeah, that would cause issues, wouldn't it? Okay, so those damage numbers are not transferring. Cast to damage display. Is it possible that binding doesn't work like that. It really should be that simple. What should be? It should be equal to the amount of damage I'm supposed to be putting out to these guys. But I'm showing zeros, which ain't great. So let's just try a transformation one more time. Yeah, we're definitely damaging these guys, but saying zero. Ah, God. What if it's because this is happening too fast, and I just need to... Because Unreal does do that sometimes, where it's casting the information too fast. Oh my God. Of course. Of course. So what we'll do then, can I make it 0.05? So that way we don't see that zero. Okay, we still kind of see the zero, but at least that's working now. There we go. That's better. And then if we transform, oh. Show that error message one more time. Attack the player is infinite loop. I guess it runs every 5 seconds, so we don't need to have it call on itself. Just do nothing. Alright, the enemies are still having like a really weird delayed reaction to dying though. So they get knocked back. And I guess we don't need this anymore because, again, we set it to every 5 seconds. So if their health is greater than 0, oh, that's why we need to do, is it greater than or equal to 0? So that way if their health goes into the negative, they still do the death animation quicker. Okay, that was a lot for just a few things. But at least all the particles are in place now. I'd like to try and get the... I'm going to give up on parries. I don't think we can do it in time. But I'd like to try and get the special attacks in at the very least. Which I don't think we have an anim trigger for those just yet. So let me pull up the animation blueprint and see what it says. Enemy notify special hit. Yeah, it just says pending action, so it doesn't do anything yet. So I have some drawings on what I wanted to do for special attacks. Actually, before we do that, we should set up the additional levels. Content, level. So this will be level 1. Cancel. Here, save all. Okay, what if we call it room 1? Okay, fine. Just duplicate for this level 2. So what we'll do is next next level. We'll make a variable, we'll call it levels. Instead of being a variable for static meshes, we will do level reference, I hope. Can we not reference levels? Okay, fine. We'll do this a different way. Think. We can make it a series of names. Because we know what the level names are. Level 2, and level 3 is what they're going to be called. So real quick, we'll edit level 3 because I know that's the boss room. And then we'll just tweak the boss's code. Actually, there's one more particle effect we need to do. Ah! Even Unity uses load by scene name. Oh shit, okay. I didn't realize it was that common. Well, that's good to know. Enemy punch. So this will be the particles for when the enemy hits us. Let's give it a unique color. I want to say red. I'm also not seeing any particles, which is kind of concerning. Where are the particles? Okay, maybe we should just make that from scratch real quick. We'll delete that. Go to Niagara system. Omnidirectional burst. Enemy punch. Oh, is that why I couldn't see him? Let's make him red. And then we'll plug it in real quick. Hit player, here we go. And then again, we already have that being a repeat thing, so we don't need that. Spawn system at location. Enemy punch. And then we'll just test that real quick. There we go. Cool. Shoot, there's so much left to do. Right, specials. I knew I was forgetting something. And boss level. Oh my god, there's so much to do. Okay, we don't need the next level thing there. We only need one enemy spawner. Gonna give it the tag boss. And then we're gonna test that real quick. Oh right, we have a separate trigger volume for bosses, don't we? Blueprints, level BP, boss trigger volume. Yep, I thought so. Let me click on you. There we go. Alright, and if we test this real quick. Oh shoot, the boss still has his attacks being... Ah! Okay, here's what we'll do. First of all, boss trigger volume. Let's add a brief delay to that. That way the player can kind of be like, ooh, what is this place? It's filled with so many wonders. Save that. That's all we need to do there. Let's find that boss blueprint real quick. There's his attacks. Let's make sure they are invisible, please. And then we need the boss trigger volume actually one more time. Someone's driving a really loud car in my neighborhood. I hope that didn't come on the microphone. That was really loud. What does the boss do on event begin play? He plays an animation. Charge. We'll make him rush the player. We'll add another delay here, just so that the boss has time to think about rushing the player. Alright, let's test it. Okay. Screw me, I guess. I put it in the wrong place. That's not true. I put it in the right place, but I also put... I'll get rid of that, go back here. We have a boss reference here, just in case. Get actor of class. Once the player has control of their camera again, then we'll do charge, delay for, I don't know, 3 seconds. That's enough time for the boss to rush you. And then we'll start triggering the attack combos. Spawn boss. Once completed, disable input so that the player's camera is attached to the boss. Wait 5 seconds. Why is it ignoring the delay? That's what I'm struggling with here. Fine. We'll do that instead. Okay, that's a little silly. He never rushes the player, so maybe we'll put the delay in here, set it for 5 seconds, charge, and then once he finishes charging, or what if it's just frustrating. Once he finishes charging, let's just see what that does. I don't know anymore, man. I uh, what if we do this, take this, we'll just have the boss randomize everything himself, it's fine. He's a big man, he can handle it. This is so tough. All right. Okay. How about when he's attacking? Set movement mode to none. And then when he's done attacking, and set it back to walking and let him charge. And then we should also add the damage systems. Spawn system at location. We're simultaneously almost done and not far enough into this. I just gotta survive. Then I think another particle effect we should do real quick. It's basically a version of the slash, but enemy slash. Basically, it's just a visual signal for the player. They can see where the enemy's attacks are coming from. And then we'll just make this red as well. And I don't know why that reminded me, but we should probably make the slash purple. There we go. Okay. What is this? Boss trigger volume? Not what we need. Okay, so we'll just drag this backwards a little bit. We're gonna need a lot more space. Ah! Drag this back. Spawn, system, at location. Get actor location. Get actor forward vector. How far is the range on this attack again? 300. Integer. Add. We'll try that, and then we'll try enemy slash. Certainly the right idea. Okay, so maybe find, look at rotation. Okay, that's the right rotation. Let's try 500 units. Now, is that accurate to how far that's going is the real question. Not quite. 500 might be too much. What kind of game should I run for my first one? I was wanting to do a short 3D, but I'm looking at 2D. Honestly, as long as you're remaking a classic arcade game, that's a good starting point. Don't be like me and try to remake Call of Duty Zombies as your first game. Okay, so that's actually pretty solid. John, this one's 600, so we'll do 650. Okay, and then specials. Finally, we can work on specials. Unreal, don't crash. Thank you. Anyway, we also should do next level real quick. For each loop. Get level name. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It's a string. There's so much to do. For each loop. Oh, you can't be serious. Make literal. Okay, so that's not gonna work. We're gonna have to do something different. Okay, let's close Blender. Thank God I hate side-scrolling games. Ah, shoot. What if I do... go back actually. Blueprint, enumeration, levels, enum. 1, 2, 3. Level 1, or level 2 and level 3. Cool. Then we go to here, open level blueprint, add a variable, levels enum, levels enum. Set level enum. Level 3. We'll need to do that for each level, but cast 2, level... Is it not cast 2? Oh, I forgot to get to the level blueprint. Ah. I want to scream. Let's try this. Get a copy. There we go. That's what I need. So, I've got to figure out how to do that. Or levels enum. Switch on levels enumeration. Or open level by name. We'll have to test that later, but that might work. And then to make that work, this is not Word to do that. Oh, there's so much to do. Okay, real quick. Level 2. Level 2. Open level blueprint. On event begin play, get actor of class. Next level. Set levels. No, I didn't call it that. I didn't name it anything. Set new value, new variable. Set it to level 3. Okay. And then if we go to our game mode, which we should probably also have that in there. Get that enumeration in here. Levels. Levels enum. Switch on levels enum. Set enemy spawn count to 5 across 3, so that's 15. And let's do 3 times 6 is 18, so 18 enemies. And then level 3 do nothing. So if we test this now, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, one more, 18. So that's working as intended. Cool. That I can't believe that worked. Cool. Specials. I keep getting distracted. But at the same time, when the boss is defeated, nothing happens. Oh, this... This will take like 3 seconds, I swear. You don't need that. Cast to combat mode. Get game mode. Oh, there's one more thing. Oh god. Hold on. Where is it? 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 There it is. I forgot to add a cinematic camera for when the player beats the boss. Oh god. This. That might be too late. Yeah, it's a little too late. Grab all this, slide this. Stop. Oh my god. I am... Oh god. When the boss is defeated, attach the camera. Cast to combat mode. Get game mode. Custom event. Game over. And we'll set up something later. I just need that in place for now. And just to test this, we'll go to the boss arena. Set the boss's health to be like, I don't know, 10. And we'll set ourselves up as someone very strong and powerful and definitely not OP. Nice. Oh, he got back up. Oh, that's amazing. Uh, how did I disable movement on character death? Or disable anything on character death, really? Oh, I just did a play animation instead of play montage. Boss defeat. Make sure that he can't attack when he's dead. Set pending action. True. That'll stop him from attacking us as well. Okay. Oh, there's a frame at the end of the animation. Okay. Well, at least that works. Okay, now, actually, specials. Like, actually, please. Okay, so special, 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 special. There it is. We're gonna need room for this. So grab you, slide you way over here, way down here. You got room? You got room. Cool. So we're gonna play and a montage, and then we're going to switch on this current form enumeration. And I'm gonna fight the urge to... Okay, nope, I need to use the restroom. I will be right back. It should only be a few minutes. You know what, just in case people pop in unexpectedly. Here we go. So big. It's fine. I will be right back. There. Alright. Okay, I have returned. We can put that invisible. I also brought a beverage. Let me see if the mic will pick this up. Okay, that almost got on my laptop. That was a bad idea. Anyway, specials. This is not... Oh god, I pressed all the wrong keys. Okay, so that's the input, but where is the actual special hit events? Or do we not even have one? Oh, we don't have one. Right. That's what we need to work on. Custom event. Special attack hit. Okay, let me grab my little scribbles about what these need to look like. Okay, let's do Mighty Form first. That's the most straightforward. So when that triggers, spawn system at location. We'll make that in a minute. It's gonna just be at actor location. So nothing crazy there. And then we're going to multi-trace. Nope, multi-capsule trace by channel. Once again, we're gonna get the our location. And it will be at the same location, but the radius is gonna be like massive, I don't know, 500 units. Let's test this in a different level so I can see what this looks like. I don't have any restrictions on this. Just pending action. Okay, cool. Content level 1. Cool. I need to set myself as the right form. This is gonna be painful. You know what? Just to make this easier, that. Now I never have to go back up there. I should have done that from the start. Okay. Capsule half height should be, I don't know, 200. Let's see what that looks like. Alright, special is cute. Okay, I didn't even see a capsule. Oh, you know why? Because the animation blueprint doesn't call it yet. Ah! Every time. Special hit. There we go. Special attack hit. Ooh, okay. Let's make that radius a little bit bigger. Let's go 750. Nice. Okay, we'll go with that. Okay. I just blue screened myself. How did I do this before? For each loop and break hit result. Okay. For each loop. Break hit result. On hit actor, apply damage. Special attack damage. And then spawn system at location. And then I think we can just use the base punch, not base punch, regular punch, and just do like 3x scale. Let's see what that looks like. The knockback is funny. It's not the intention, but it is funny. Hmm. Let's go to the special attack damage and set knockback distance to 0. There will be no knockback for specials. We're just gonna hit the enemies really, really hard. Cool. Now that we got that settled, we need a particle effect to spawn at the player's location that is just like power. I think I know what I want to use for that. So we'll go to Niagara System and we'll do I think we'll do omnidirectional burst. Sure. We'll call it Mighty Finish. So let's compare that to... I don't need this, and I don't need this. But I do want to see this. I want the colors to be kind of similar, if possible. Yellow? Okay. We'll do that. And then spawn counts on time. Da, 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 da. Gravity force. There we go. So let's see what that looks like. Okay, there's potential there. Let's do 3 times scale. Yeah, I think that's good, because it kind of looks like the radius that you actually get from the attack. Also, I just remembered something really silly. I don't think I added damage numbers to the boss, and I also didn't set his health back to normal. So let's do that real quick. And then damage numbers, damage numbers. I need to look at the regular enemy blueprint for that. Copy that. Slide this back. And that should work. I forgot a part of it. All this right here. Very important. There we go. Now the player will be able to tell what they're doing. Anyway, the specials should also do 2 things. 1, it should drain all your battery, and 2, when you land hits, it should... I forgot what I wrote down. I'm looking at my notebook right now. Did I not write it down? Oh, here we go. Yeah, it drains your battery, but it does give you bonus to your transformation charge. Okay, so... make sure to clamp it, but plus 20. We'll be generous. Well, we'll be 10, because you might hit a lot of enemies with that. Set tension charge. Probably need to add that a few other places, but this will work. Right here is where we can probably add it. And there's no easy way to do that. Save everything, save everything. Alright, back to our specials. Okay, so that's pretty much this one. Almost done. One more thing. On completed, get a copy. 1. Sure. Set array element. To 0. And drain battery. That should expedite the detransformation. So let's test that. And if all that works, then we can do everything else very lickety-split. Oh, that's cool. That is actually kind of cool. Hold on, why was that cool? Okay, hold on. That was actually cool. Glad that worked. First try, even. We just got to do everything else the same way now. Okay, so actually, I think none of them work the same way because I wrote dumb notes and I'm an idiot. We'll make it work. So let's do Titan form next because I actually wrote something really fun for that one and it actually uses our little transformation mechanics here. So first thing we do, all of that. On form shift, global time dilation, tension charge to 0, that stuff. We'll copy all that. I'm not seeing what starts the actual transformation. Am I crazy? Hold on. Okay, now I'm really confused. Oh, the animation montage triggers it. Okay, that makes sense. Which means... Do I still have the animation blueprint open? I'll figure it out. But first, grab all this, paste this down here. But don't do these three things. Basically, Titan form gets slow-mo, because why not? He's slow anyway. So if we test this, the knockback goes insane. Can I override that somehow? Da, 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 da. Maybe if I promote it to a variable just for the Titan class. Titan class damage type. So by default, it's light attack, right? But in time dilation mode, we set it as special. So that way he doesn't knock back enemies out of his range. We'll also make Titan damage a variable, so we can change that as well. Actually, you know what? No, we don't need to do that. I don't know why I thought we need to do that, because having slow-mo is powerful enough. You don't need extra damage. There we go. Alright, let's test this. Oh, gotta do the same thing for the heavy attack. Whoops. This is why we do testing. Titan class, heavy damage. And then just to see if this ends as quickly as I think it's supposed to, we'll add a delay of 2 seconds, in which case everything goes back to normal. Light attack and heavy attack. Oh god, we're down to the last hour. Oh god, we're down to the last hour. 2, 3.
Want me to set a timer?
Huh?
Want me to set a timer?
Did I set a timer? No?
Do you want me to set a timer?
Yeah. And if you can give me a 30-minute warning.
Okay. How much longer you got?
I'm sorry?
What time is it done?
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. Okay. And you want how long of a heads up?
30 minutes. Oh shoot, you know what? Both of these need to be over here for the end condition. Set global time dilation back to 1, set custom time dilation back to 1, and then put these damage types back together. And that should be what we need. Okay, so 3 seconds should be plenty of time. And then when that's all done, drain the battery. Three. Okay, one more special, and then we gotta make sure that the whole game is playable, and there's a tutorial, and uh... I need sounds too. That's gonna be so annoying. Camera 2. Okay, drag this out. Uh, okay, and then so much of today. We can put those there. Drag this out over here. Plug this in there. Set it back to 1. Set it back to 1. Then plug this back into the original spring arm, which is down here. Cool, and now if we test this, now if we test this, okay, we need a particle system. Not really. No, we don't. Not for Titan. Okay. I guess this is next. That's gonna be the real tough one. For Pegasus, I just wanted to use projectiles. So, blueprint class. actor, projectile. Add a projectile movement component. Initial speed, I don't know, 500. And then we'll test this by just num7. Spawn actor from class. Get player transform. Oh my god. Get actor transform. Projectile. And then just to make it visible, I'm gonna add a light. Okay, 500 is pretty slow. So what if I break, split, split, then add. Uh, 500. Okay, that's actually kind of what I want. Okay, perfect, actually. Perfect, actually. Let's get a sphere collision. Overlap all dynamic. Sure. On component hit. Spawn system at location. Get actor location. And let's just do mighty finish. Okay, that is not working. Sphere collision, let's do block all. Okay. Event begin overlap. And set the sphere collision to overlap all. Okay. Get actor location. Random point. Random reachable point in radius. We're gonna fake throwing grenades. That's what we're gonna do. 500 units. Drag this over here. Spawn system at location. Mighty finish. And then we'll do a for loop. And then instead, yeah, give me 10. Give me 10 of those. Right. Try this way. Oh, that works. Oh, that works. Okay, 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 okay. So what we're also gonna do is spawn multi-capsule traces around those areas. Okay, so that actually means we need to make a variable. Ah! Remote to variable. We'll call it target location. Okay, drag this for loop back. For each loop, we set the target location, spawn an emitter at said location, then we take that target location and also spawn a capsule trace there. We set the capsule trace to be, I don't know, 150 radius, 200 height, and then we do a for loop for that one. Each of those are going to check if they hit anything. And if they do, they're just going to apply damage. We're not going to worry about any additional particle systems. We already got too many going on. Drag this down. Plug that in right there. So Pegasus is going to throw 7 grenades, or 10 grenades. Randomly. Okay, maybe 1,000 units? Just because he's a ranged guy anyway? Yeah, that'll work. Cool. All right. Take all that out. Okay. Double checking myself here. Special attack hit. All that fun jazz. Yeah, I think that's the special attacks implemented. Okay, we need a tutorial level. So we need one more, technically 2 more levels, but let's not think about it too hard. Start. Event begin play. Okay. So it's not going to do anything if it's none of those enumerations. So we need to add one more enumeration called start. Then in the game mode, it will do nothing, I guess. Yeah, it will do nothing. It's fine. We'll have one enemy in here who does nothing. Have him place face the player spawn. Cool. Event begin play. He randomizes his appearance and then does nothing. Perfect. What does his controller do on event begin play? AI. Charge. Okay, cool. Branch. Cast to combat mode. Get game mode. Does levels enum equal start? If false, then you can do your thing. Otherwise, don't let this AI do anything. He is harmless. Then we'll just make 2 more. Cool. Now if we test that, everything goes wrong. I don't know why. Oh, because the level blueprint doesn't do anything. Open level blueprint. Cast to combat mode. Get game mode. Set levels as start. Oh my god, the game mode is too fast. And so is maybe the AI controller, and I just closed the game mode. And a slight delay there. And then the enemy AI controller is over here. Okay, so first off, we don't need that trigger volume. Let me click on it, please. Okay. Which also reminds me, I think the trigger volume for the boss is visible. Okay. Actually, you know what? Since these enemies are just going at it, delete them. Get the original trigger volume back in here, because when we spawn, the AI actually don't do anything, right? Yeah, they just kind of spawn. Okay. I have so many tabs open. Trigger volume, spawn enemies, and then destroy itself. Spawn enemies. Da-da-da, spawn enemies, da-da-da, attack the player. Let's take that switch I implemented a second ago and just put that down here. Actually, instead of a switch, just do a branch. Cool. Nice. Okay, so why are we spawning 3 sets of enemies here? Trigger volume spawn enemies, that's why. And default spawn counter is 1. Perfect. So let's go to our widgets and we'll tutorialize some stuff here. Let's get a vertical box. Add it to the top middle of the screen. Do a 500 by 100 box. 150, negative 150, negative 300. Okay. Cool. Get some text. Call this tutorial text. And we'll call this, I don't know, task. I don't know. Current task. Font size 48. You know what? I need to implement sounds. I really don't have time to tutorialize this stuff. It's just gonna have to be on the itch page. We need sounds. We need sounds bad. Do I still have... I don't think I have snake sound, gun sound saved. Definitely not. Okay, well. Snakes. Gun sounds. We'll use Snake's gun sounds for our range character. Assuming my browser loads. Do I have Audacity installed? It's an app on the Microsoft Store. Fine. We're making our own sound designs today. Come on, come on, come on. Yes, okay. Close everything we're not using at the moment. The next level blueprint. The next level blueprint's not going to work out. We're on start level. That's not it. Level blueprint. Pink in place, span, level complete. Combat game mode. Get level. No. Get levels. Thank you. There. Okay. Freaking fine. I don't care. Can please. Okay. Gunshot sounds. I don't know if that's gonna be good. I'm gonna mute my microphone while I record this. Bear with me. I don't think it's using the right microphone. It is not. Audio setup, recording device. It is? What is your problem? Okay. Okay. Test, test, test. Oh, so you're okay. Again, muting my microphone. Apologies in advance. It's not picking up. Ah!
This is your 31-minute warning.
Ah! Freak. Okay. YouTube's audio library. YouTube Studio. Audio library. Sound effects. Yang. Okay, maybe I gotta type shoot. Shoot. Okay, that's interesting to say the least. Okay, maybe I need to type in shot. I guess I'll turn down the volume on that. Rifle shot, echo. Sure, we'll download that. I need a... Stop autoplaying. I need a hit sound. I didn't even hear that one. What was that? There's no sound on that one. Dude, some of these are so quiet. This is so frustrating. I will take that. Okay, let's import at least one of these. New folder. Audio. Gun. Port. That is loud. Okay. Uh, okay. We need to implement this now somehow. Create queue. Random. Forgot how to randomize the pitch. Oh God. Maybe I do that in the blueprint? I don't remember. Play sound at location. Is it maybe play Q? We'll just do this. Wrong form. Am I not in the right place? Heavy attack hits. Oh, I'm gonna scream. Okay. Okay, we're not gonna be fancy about this. Just play sound 2D. Then we'll random floating range. 0.75 and 1.25. Actually, since this is heavy, 1 and 1.25, but we can just copy all this. Put that in the light attacks as well. Here and here. Wow, that is delayed. Literally, when else would that play though? I know why. Sound is not edited correctly. There's a. I don't think I'm going to make this deadline. Okay. Open. Why are you making this hard? Downloads. No. There we go. So loud. Okay. Export that, please. Rifle shot echo redux. Export, please. Okay. Sure. 751. Redux. And then let's lower the volume of Redux just before I blow my ears out. Oh, it's already done that. Okay, cool. Okay, it's loud, but it works. I'm gonna tone that down though to like 0.5, just in case. Okay. What was that other sound I downloaded? Croquet ball hits? That's fine. Get that into Audacity under a new project. You did not just open 2 tabs. Not on my watch, you're not doing that. Okay, open. Croquet ball hits. Do that. I genuinely don't know if I heard anything or not. I can't use this. That works. It's way better. Download that. Take that into Audacity. Why do you take so long to boot? Okay, it's open at least. Oh, itch.io is down, I think. Or it's just being really slow. It's being really slow. Okay, is Audacity open? Where are you playing these audio? I literally cannot hear it. I'm gonna believe it's working and just do that. Do that. Export the audio. Friday Redux. I still don't hear anything, but I'm gonna believe it's working. Maybe if I put it to 2. Is OBS picking it up at all? Apparently it's really loud for you guys. I'm not hearing anything. Hey Joe, can you hear anything?
Sorry, I have your stream muted. Give me a moment.
Okay, no, I was just testing if your voice could come through my earbuds, making sure I wasn't dead. Okay. Let's just add that sound effect real quick. What we'll do is just kind of throw this up here. This is the heavy attacks, right? Okay. Friday Redux. Do that. And then I'll just set up the framework for the tank forms attacks.
This is your 15-minute timer.
Dude, I got no shot. I don't even know if I have my settings right for exporting this game as is. You know what? Hello, I'm new to game development and coding. Is there any tips you can share to help? Do game jams. I might be in a bad mood because of it right now, but genuinely, that's the best way I've learned game development. Try until you eventually learn how to do the things you want to do. Oh, God. Where's the enemy blueprint? Enemy blueprint, enemy blueprint, enemy blueprint. Sorry. Apologies to those hoping not to have their eardrums blown. I need to hear the gunshot sounds to hear how the pitch works. Pitch. Okay, the lower number, the deeper. One, 1.25. 1.25. 0.75 to 1. 0.75 to 1. 0.75 to 1. 0.75 to 1. I need a slash sound effect, and then we'll call it. Ow, ow, oh, God. Jeez. If I search strike. So frustrating. Crash? It's a dumb sound effect. We're using it. Okay. Nice. Whatever. Export audio. Crash Redux. Crash Redux will go there. Crash Redux will go here.
10 minutes.
Hold on. That might be usable. Okay. That's our explosion sound. Drag that over there. Explosion. Okay. That's the sword sound. Where's the sounds? Explosion. We'll have it be deep pitch. And then for these explosions, we will not have them be deep, but drag that over here. We'll make them a little bit higher pitched. And instead of play sound 2D, we'll do play sound at location. That's the pitch multiplier. Get rid of the volume thing. Close that back up. Plug these in. Enemy blueprint. Hit. Play sound 2D. Karate Redux. Float in range. Okay. And then the boss. Where's the boss? Boss blueprint, blah. Boss blueprint. Grab that. 0.751. And then 0.5, 0.75. Drag these over here. Okay, last thing to do, make sure current form is base. Okay, blueprints, level BP, trigger volume, I think is still not hidden in game. I thought so. Okay, that's gonna have to be it, I think. I think that's gonna have to be it.
5 minute.
File. Unreal. Don't you dare crash on me. Where's the build? Build. Build all levels? That's the wrong one. I'm pretty sure that's the wrong one. No. Okay. We can get the web page going. We can get the page going. New project. I need a Soprano. Where's tools? Build. Oh my god, do I really not remember how to export an Unreal project? Platforms. Oh my god, that's right. Windows. The shipping. Go. Put it on my desktop, please. Alright, we're just gonna use the name of the project, Memoir of Hero. Still building, okay. Da, 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 da.
A singular minute remains.
Dude, there's no shot. I think I'm gonna miss the deadline.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't even have to. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to drop out the competition and just finish it up over the weekend or something. There's just no shot. Ah, I'll keep setting up the page real quick because if I can get it done in time, then that's something. Controls. Left mouse button, light attack. Yep, there goes the deadline.
It's a lot.
Well, here, I'll open another tab on itch so I can navigate to the jam page and double check what the rules are on late submissions. But I'm pretty sure I missed the deadline. Jams. Jams joined. Submissions is closed. Voting is now in progress. Let me put that on the screen for everyone at home. Unfortunately, we did not succeed this game jam. That's unfortunate, but not too surprising. This project was way too ambitious. I ran into too many technical issues, and I had no idea how to troubleshoot most of them, and I had poor planning. But I did learn a lot. I learned a lot this jam. I think the coolest thing I learned was getting my motion capture animations into this project. I think that was probably one of the coolest things that I could have learned for this project. And then cinematic camera angles, that was a lot easier to do than I expected, so that was also pretty cool. So, bummer we missed the competition, but honestly, I learned a lot, and that's why I do these jams. So, I'm lagging really hard because Unreal's trying to package the project. We'll just cancel that. I'll continue working on this project. On days where I'm working on it, I'll put up a stream if it makes sense. But yeah, I'll just get this to like a baseline playable state with some audio and maybe some music if I can find something nice online. And then I'll release it on itch standalone, independent of the competition. So if you want to keep up with that, you can either continue watching here on Twitch, here on YouTube, or you can follow me on Twitter and Bluesky. Socials are in the description of whatever profile these streams are on. So But yeah, I'll make a quick YouTube YouTube. I'll make a quick short progress video for Twitter and Bluesky, and then I will pause. But thanks to everyone who tuned in at any point during this journey. If you're one of the people who are actually watching the VOD playlist, I do see you're doing that. I appreciate it. It was really cool to find out people actually watch these streams after the fact. To anyone who was following on the story on Twitter or on Blue Sky, thanks for keeping up. It was fun while it lasted. But again, I'll release this project sometime. Hopefully next week. There's not that much left to do in terms of just polishing what's here. But yeah, thanks again. I'll